Hello again, folks. Welcome to another stream here tonight as we continue to try to work on leveling up the thief to a point where he can get past Ostos and then continue on, and hopefully tonight we can manage to get to the ninja subclass at least, or advanced class. Here, I'm gonna switch over. I did do a little bit off stream, but unfortunately it basically just got us 1.5 levels. Um, so we're gonna try to finish off this level and get to 13, and then we'll double up giving Astos another try, once with the currently equipped weapon, once with the saber, because one more level will put us at solidly getting 2 hits like we are now with the thing here, or not solidly, but decent chance of getting 2 hits with the saber, and with its upped crit chance that may be enough to get us past Ostos. I do not know though. And in all honesty, I fear that it won't, but we'll have to see how things go and hope that we can get past Astos, and that then, I mean, with all the money we're getting from this grinding, and then we'll also get from everything from the Mystic Key stuff. I'm already less worried about the wizards. We've got a lot more in level and everything, and before we go and do them, we will have access to a whole nother town that we can buy, try to upgrade our weapons and armor at, to hopefully make that a less of an ordeal of a fight when we get the Marsh Cave stuff. Once we get everybody leveled up to 13, we will cut the speed back down to two times speed. Really wouldn't be so bad if the if Astos didn't have such high defense. Like I said, eventually the ninja will get to a point where it is high crit stuff, so dear God. They just said we're taking Zidane out. And the big thing that'll help for being able to get past Astos is if we can get to us, if in general on this, we get to the point where we're not doing minimal damage with our hits. And I'm hoping it's not going to take a lot of grinding to get to that point. Go quite a bit to go. Excuse me. All right. Oh, that last hit. If that last hit had been a double, we'd have been golden. We just need, if we get Astos so we can get the Mystic Key and start really doing stuff, that'll make the biggest difference. Okay. Only a few fights from the first two. Shadow is a good ways away, though. More than likely, this will get Zidane and Yuffie. actually upped their damage a little too. Block. Like 1 or 2 more for Shadow. This I think will give Shadow. So we'll be able to go, do our purchases, save, and then give Astos a try. And probably suffer against him again. Alright. 6 pures. And that way when I'm done, I'll still have 10 I'll have 10 cabins. Okay. Let's see how these do first. Which also, before we do that, at least make it a little bit more legible. Nope, we are still doing minimal damage against him. Let's see. Well, that was a crit. We got. Oh. Still only got 26 out of that crit, though. Another crit for 30. So we've done 60 damage so far, ish. Over 100. Think if we get a little bit more lucky, we can do it with this setup. It's just, we need luck. And that is not the luck we need. That's better. Survived the first rub, so we got a better chance of maybe getting the crits. Just to try to speed this up again. No crit there. Jeez, come on. Good, we got lucky on rub both times, but without a single crit, we are just... Like, the fact that we still are alive at this point, if we had gotten any crits, we probably would have killed him by now. Hey, ooh, and that was a good crit. 57 damage. Come on. Second crit, 64. Oh my god. Damn it. Yeah, just so I don't have to redo that each time. I think this is the better setup. I just need to hope. He didn't cast Rub on the first turn. At least it was ineffective. Come on, somebody crit. It's 23. Not a lot. We're maybe a quarter. We've maybe chunked down a quarter of his health. That crit for 36 really didn't do much more. Another crit for 26. But at this point, again, we're probably only knocked out about 100 health. Holy shit! Oh, thank you. Yeah, Yuffie's now staying at the bottom. Thankfully, I don't think that changes. Yeah, it still doesn't affect armor or anything. Alright. Now that we've done that, time to really get some upgrades. Go. Thank you for the herb. I will say, after doing the game at 4 times speed for so long, this seems so slow. Hammer, money, and copper armlet. Nobody can wield that. That's fine. Alright. It is. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay. So go into this town and sell those, and then first. Those now. Yeah, you know what? At this point, all right. I should have rested at the inn. Actually, you know what? We'll keep the silver dagger for now, unless everything else, unless we get enough stuff to outclass it fully. Oh, can wield that, but can't wield the wear sword. Interesting. No. We are gonna go make our lives a lot easier before we come back to any of the other stuff. So first, back to town to rest. Then we go visit the dwarves, give them the TNT, and grab all the crap from the big room. And then we'll go out of the big continent quick. For the last bit. Alright. And Iron Helm. Alright, armor. Sell, sell, sell. Weapon. Oh, one of them can wield that. So... Trade. Trade. And then... Just in case I want to try out that. Go. TNT taken care of. The note now is, yeah, they're both at 44%. They're at 34. So like keep the daggers, because if I see Zidane and Locke before I get enough upgrades, I see Zidane and Locke doing 3 hits. We switch the other 2 over to the daggers. Let's rest at the inn. Well, it's going to be better than the sabers they already have. And in all honesty, I don't think the silver daggers catch up at that point. All right. So yes. So that is probably the hugest thing that we got out of all this. All right. Now that we've done that, actually, honestly, even if it is a little annoying, it's probably this is still probably faster. Um. Okay. Let's see. 5, 9, and 8. Go. All right. Power, rune, falchion, and iron. I could have saved myself some money. Oh well. Then there's 5 items left in Marsh Cave. I think we're fine to wait. All right. This is one of the ones we actually just run from because we don't do magic damage. All right. This we could probably just take out quick. Yeah, it's like I knew there was a fight here. Well, I could have saved myself a little bit of money. Not that it matters. All right. I mean, this is not the same cakewalk that the Warriors had here, but it's still a hell of a lot easier than when we were trying to get the crown. Hey. Oh, we got a full 4-stack this time. Damn, I was hoping... Damn, we didn't even do that much damage to him. Grab the money. And out we go. Next, we go back to Alpine and restock, and then we, get ready to go take on the Earth Shrine. Well, the first half of it. We definitely have a distinct possibility of, getting to Ninja tonight. No, I don't want to fight. I know we can beat them, but I'm trying to just very quickly get back, heal up, and move forward to where I'm kind of back to mandatory fighting and getting better rewards for said fights. We just wanted to get out of the caves. Alright, we really just need 22 heals. Maybe make it 32. Yeah, 60, 40, 20. Oh, yeah, the other thing we should do while we're here. Nope, he doesn't have anything to sell. Sell that. You can sell that. Good there. Now. Go. Like I said, money is definitely not an issue right now. What happens when you end up having to grind oh so many levels? And in all honesty, the You know what? One last thing while I'm here to minimize the chance that I'll need to buy it later. There. I will never need another tent now. I am set on quick saves, quick world map saves for just save purposes. Alright, again, even though we're full health, this is a save more than it is a heal. Good on that, and good on that. So, guess we can work our way to the entrance. Now, if I remember correctly, I think there is unfortunately an item to steal along the rather nasty monster corridor. So, let's use one of those tents to save. And then we'll pause here, take a little bit of a break to run ads. When we come back into the Earth Cave. So see you guys in just a few moments. We are back and ready to continue. So let's do this. Okay. Found our first one there. Think. Let's see. Yeah, if we 15, I think will be where we try to limit. Yeah, this is that monster corridor. Okay. Damn, we did 120 damage there, and it's still alive. The iguana was in the other. This one shouldn't have a lot of health, right? Oop. This is not too bad. A single one of these we can definitely handle. It'll might hit somebody pretty hard, but we did need a couple of crits to take it out, huh? All that for a sword we can't even use. Okay. Almost want to go back and heal after all that, but I'd like to at least clear this first floor before we leave. Out of curiosity. Earth. 288 health. Alright. Definitely got another... Oh, well, crit definitely took care of needing another turn. Okay. Asps weren't that bad, right? 50, yeah. Might be able to one-shot them with, 1 to 2 shots. And they're not doing much damage, so... The silver chain silver chain mail does make a huge difference. Nice. Saved ourselves another encounter there. Cool. It's the first floor of that dungeon knocked out. Depending on how we're getting hit, we'll decide whether we go through more than just the second floor on the next run. Also, very close to level 14 on all of them. Save for Yuffie, who's a decent ways behind, but Zidane's at least fairly close, so we're getting close to the start of it. Alright. Pair of ogres shouldn't be too terribly bad. Well, no. His blade does 1 more point of damage. That's not a damage increase from level. Still only 2 hits. That's the big thing, the hit count. Alright, use that tent to heal and save. We are full health again. In we go. Down to floor number 2. Aw, if Locke had one shot, that wouldn't have been so bad. Excuse me. Oh. God. There are things that suck about getting old. The worst of which is when you sneeze and your whole upper body aches because of it. Alright, Coral. Hey! Alright, trade. There's 2 enemies, not so bad. The 3 I didn't want to deal with, though. Dear God, that hit Locke hard. These 4 aren't too bad. We should be able to, like, take them out with minimal damage to do, and they don't hit terribly hard. Damn it, so it's not in here. Alright, Didn't see if it said couldn't run or whatever. But he missed both shots, and we got good damage in, so... Yeah, see, that's my biggest hope, is that we should get pretty high evasion in the end. So I think that may end up lucking us out to not taking... Freaking bats. I only did like 4 damage there. Oh, healed 2. Fuck. Yeah, this is a fight we can't run from. I just gotta hope we do enough damage quick enough. And we gotta heal after. Another tent. Okay. Oh, wizards are the most annoying thing to have pop up. Like, they're not as big a threat anymore, which is nice. Oh. Fuck that fight. Please, just figure running out, lock. Run the hell away, please. Thank you. Ah. Oh, please don't hit lock again. Really? I mean, it's not... It's the same as the falchion. Just ever so slightly better crit chance and the effectiveness against spellcasters. Why can't the thief wield it? Oh, why did I step in front of the chest? Habit from playing Kingdom Hearts, I think, more than anything else. Oh, freaking ambush. Spell and Arcane, which are both no-goes. All right. First strike would have been nice on this one, but hey, it missed its first swing, so... Alright, here we go. Okay, holy cow, and it's stunned. How much health are we talking about here for the vampire? 156? Okay, we're not doing too terribly bad. He's not Astos levels of what the hell. Alright. I'm gonna get out of here and save. Come on. I think we've got a little bit of a chance to breathe easy, because I think we're past all mandatory encounters. Yeah, we got our save. Now, get our next safety net, which requires us to get on the boat. We still have like 40 pures, right? If we have 20 softs and 40 pures, we're not gonna worry about those. Yeah, 21 softs, so there we go. All the items seem heals definitely are a necessity to keep at 90. One gold piece. That's bullshit. I mean, it's funny, but it's, yeah, that's kind of one of those, like, really? Just one? Oh, like some of the other, like in Zelda when you get the one arrow. Um, that I think has been nicknamed the steak. By speedrunners. Well, randomized run speedrunners. Or, well, random run people who speedrun who do the random. Because they're the ones who, I think, came up with the majority of those nicknames. Let's drop the wooden shield. Well, I mean... Yeah, I didn't think we could wear it. It's only 2. We should be able to take them out fairly easily. No. How annoying is the Lich going to be? You know what? It's an easy way to find out. Visit one Lich, has 400 HP, hits for 40 to 80, 40 absorb, 12 evade. Let's compare that to 40 absorb, 39 evade. So he absorbs the same, they absorb the same amount, which means we might not be, well, we are doing much better damage, so we're not going to be zeroing it. Or, you know, minimal, I should say. No, I mean... God, if we're gonna have to be doing 400 damage and relying on crits... it's gonna really suck. Bright side is... there's an easier place to force, to do some forced leveling. I don't know how high we'd have to get to be able to do serious damage if that's the case. It's definitely one of those we may be going in facing the boss and stealing what we can without facing the boss. Out of curiosity. Okay, Wizard only has 16 absorb. North has 20. Yeah, I don't think we have comparable stuff right now to be able to see. Well, there's one thing I can do. Oh, let's go into the inn first. With the amount of money we have, one thing I can do before going into the Earth Cave. That might be able to help us against the Lich. We can't get the canoe, as much as I'd love to get the canoe. We actually have to beat the Lich before we can grab that. But cabins are useful. No? Really? That's not huge. Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's like of the things to drop, it was either the cap or the gloves. Just annoyed that the only thing that was there to buy was frickin' buckler. Oh. Yes. That's too far south. Oh. Mm. Nope. Alright. Yeah, we'll just leave without the glove. After all, I think it leaves her with what? So 2111, 1914, 1915, 18. Yeah, one less absorb, but puts her even higher on evade than everybody. So. And we have to fight. Damn. And we're gonna have to heal Zidane after this. Holy cow. Hmm. Come on. Part of why I'm running from everything is I'd rather not level up too much more before getting Ninja. Nope, nothing makes that not runnable. Cool. Actually... Alright, okay, that's runnable. Okay, found the first one. Yeah, this is the main one. The wizards is the main thing we know we can't run from. Jesus. Okay, good. Single troll might not be too bad and be worth a little extra XP. Like, don't get me wrong, hitting 15, I guess, isn't bad. Um... Ooh. Actually, okay. Hmm. You know, that would also work. If search also let you pick up something that you dropped. That would be another way you could do this, and instead of the warrior thing we were talking about the other night. I mean, the reason we were talking about the warrior thing is because warriors are honestly too generic. Okay, I'm pretty sure with that means we're gonna be here. Okay. Really? The other two items gonna be in. They are. Great. So the other one's gonna be past him. Alright. Let's see if we should have grinded. Mm-hmm. That helped. Nice. Oh, we only got that because we had the 2 rune swords. Oh. Screw it. Doing this for the save. Oh. Sorry, eye itches. But hey. We can go get the canoe now. Oh, and the lich is down. And yeah, we're right at that spot for level 15 on them. Armor, nothing to sell, but weapons, we've got... four, so... I also like the tri-gun selling for 3333. That's another cute little... Though, I think it would be better if it was 333. Alright, let's get into the town and get the boat. We got the canoe, we can then figure out... the order on things. All right. Go. Got our canoe. So, we're going to pause here. Take another quick commercial break to get through our ads again. And then, either Ice Temple or the trial. I'm not sure which we'll do first. May go and do the trial just because, as annoying as it is to get there on the boat gets us a hell of a lot closer, so we don't have to run as far to get to and from. And then once we get the airship, it's just hop over and get the job and advancement. So give me a few minutes to run ads, and then we'll come back with that. See you guys in a little bit. Alrighty. Let's get right back on into this, honestly. Because, yeah. I want to see how we can do, if we can get through uh the trial first. Should also do a little bit of combat because there is kind of want to hit 15 on the other 3 characters before we get Ninja. Out of curiosity. Hopefully 68 heals is good for the tower. Oh, I know you're supposed to get it. So that last one you... Oh, we can't run from a Zomble. Okay. Good to know. Ooh. 16 damage, 20 hit, 30 crit. Ooh. Now? We know there's another one there. Okay, I gotta figure out which one gets me into that passage. Oh, crap. Okay. Like, might as well try to take one out. Okay, we can run. Armor. Go ahead and drop that, and... Oh, I know which category. Damn it. I'm an idiot. No, no, no! Fuck. Let's check. 14, 12, 15. Ooh. Armor. Nah, I'm not gonna worry about that. Ooh. Um... Oh, shoot. Not ruin. Damn it. we'll come back for the other item after we get the job advancement. First, back to the town to rest. Heal and sell the things that we know. Are pointless. We also need to buy 2 pures and a whole bunch of heals. So 40, so 52. What? No. We're good. Alright, thing to sell in the way of armor. Sell silver, rune, and Gilbert. Alright. Speed focus this run to job advancement. So unless we know we can't run from it, we run from it. We're not grabbing anything this trip other than the floater. I hope we can run from them. Uh, all right. 1, 2. Heal. Suits. Oh, that actually does solid damage. Okay. Nice. All right. Well, crap. All right. Where does that put? Now put Zidane all the way at the bottom. That means I gotta rework some stuff. Oh, crap. That was to save after getting the floater. No, don't fight. Actually, screw it. If I'm gonna... I have the airship, if I'm gonna revive them. Alright, Alright. And actually... I will 100% heal more than I will, cast Lit, too, I think, in most things. First, take the tail. Now, we get Mug still and Throw. Limit of Smoke Bomb. And Sneak Attack. Increased chance of starting each battle with a preemptive strike. Oh, hey, look, now we can equip Zeus. It's actually a better armor than... Which case, let's drop... Cap. Still can't equip the worm armor. Okay. That's one of the thrown items. Ice element damage to all enemies and lowers their resistance against fire. Cool. Okay, nothing in this one. Now the question becomes, is this one big shared? Ooh, Mizu. Water element damage to all enemies and lowers their resistance against lightning. It's a nice one, too. Alright, let's see. I was like, I don't trust myself being ready to deal with those enemies. Igadame deals Earth Elemental, makes him weak to Wind. Deals Lightning, weak to Earth. Okay, Kaze deals Wind, weak to Ice. I do this one? Yes. Just leaves this butthole. Field 2. And that's it. So fire, weak to water, water weak to lightning, lightning weak to earth, earth weak to wind, wind weak to ice, ice weak to fire. It's a whole cycle. Alright, Alright, we'll buy the bottle. No. Probably not. Definitely not. 21 and 20. Okay, giant we might buy back. Still can't use the mage masher. Okay. No. Don't need the worm. So the only one we might buy back is that. Yeah, let's definitely. You get that one. You get that one. Yes. Now, I think what's gonna happen. Now he'll do that one, but we'll hold on to Coral, because to get something better it would be worth it. And you're just an item shop, so I'm not worried about you. However, we also have 50 each for that and 20 each for that. And 22 damage, 35 hit. Okay. Plus, he sells all 5. Alright. Well, let's get the Oxio. Um... We gotta work up there, but... Alright. I hear ninjas are the only ones who can use a special throwing tools that are only sold in certain item shops. There's not even a quest for well, I guess they do get so much else that they don't need a quest. Okay. Fire, sleep, lock, and lit. So we'll get fire and lit, and I guess 2 will get sleep, 2 will get lock. Okay. Ice. Ice and temper will be the guaranteed. And then inflicts status element dark, inflicts status element spells that reduce all fools. So yeah. So ice, temper, dark. Ice, temper, slow. Alright. Now off to the elf town for the last of our spells. Fire 2, lit 2, lock. Fire 2, lit 2. Okay, and then the last set of spells. Sleep, fast, confuse. So they all get ice. They all get fast. Okay, increases target ally's current hit multiplier by 1. Starts at 1, caps at 2. So it's a one-time thing. So they all get sleep. They all get ice. They got fast. 2 will get confused. 2 will get sleep. So ice, fast, sleep. Ice, fast, fuse. Ice, fast. Alright. I think that should be everything. So fairly certain they cannot learn... the magic that is here. Correct? Nope. Alright. Now, there was a couple of things we missed in the Mirage Tower. One I'm not so worried about, but one I do want to see what it is, so... we know where it is. Oh, come on. Thank you. Money. Okay, actually kind of useful right now. We just blew a whole bunch. Actually, now I think about it. Let's go ahead and drop that. What I thought. Oh, it's only one? So that puts this tower now done. Found everything here. I mean, I could, I guess, do some of these fights a little easier. Hey there. Ooh. Slint. Is it Salint? I don't remember. Honestly, I don't know if I did. Uh. Is that in challenges or complete in, well, or is it a question mark one? Let's see. I don't see it on a quick look. I haven't looked over all the achievements. Probably not on this run then. So I had to switch my computer, so this one doesn't have any of the saves from the previous time I played through this. So I did, I think, at one point, but I don't think it's marked off. Shouldn't be. Oh, apparently we didn't ever actually get all the treasure, huh? Oh no, this is the thief one, isn't it? Yeah. Uh. Okay, yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah, there it is, elemental wheel. Okay, I will end up. I only just got them to ninja, so I know I will end up using those. You're a thief. Okay. I just at this point it's going to be I was kind of rushing to try to get to this, and even then I had to grind. Oh yeah, it's sort of the idea behind this when I'm doing all of them. I'm gonna try to use all the different things to see what it's like, how they work. And the fact that you get them fairly easily helps it. Let's save here. Ooh, we got the save there. Let's suffer through it. Now to try to pick up all the items that are in here. Yeah, because I wanted to get ninja tonight before I finished. I literally just ran through this, through the ice cavern just to get floater. I ran past everything. There it is. The ice bell doesn't matter that much. I'm betting the other items are on the other side. All right. Well, good thing this does good damage to them. Might even luck out with a termination or two. Yeah, well, Part of the achievements, though, is getting all the searchable items. So bare minimum, I've got to come back here and find all of that stuff and pick it up. I would at least think it's all of them. It's like there's 150, so. Alright, that's definitely an upgrade. So, do that. Actually, we'll keep the Assassin's Dagger on you for now. No, I didn't want the last one attacking. Alright, well. Now that we're down to just one. That was good. Plus, this will give me a chance to now start leveling up as a ninja, which will also probably come in handy. I'll say it's... Ooh, rapier. Oh, crap. That's right, rapier's beginning weapon. Slime helmet. Alright. Goodbye, duplicate. Prevent stone. Okay. Oh, come on, Shadow. There we go. I'll definitely say for this one, I like the way they, I like the way he upgraded, Thief. One of those things of, like, Thief was broken in the first game, but not, like, the good kind of broken. It just everything that made Thief didn't work. So it's like, let's fix that stuff and then give them more to compensate, and it's nice. It's nice having Thief and Ninja be a decent job, even if it's still a bit of a grind in the early game to get past some stuff. Alright, 26 and 20. Now we can officially do that trade and not worry about the Assassin Dagger. Not gonna get that last chest because I already know what it is. Thought I did put the thing on him so he can't be paralyzed. Probably should have healed Locke before going down here, but whatever. Okay. Okay, good. It's down below. This fight's gonna suck. Oh yeah, I do, but they haven't leveled up. Actually, I do, but they haven't leveled up yet. I, like, just made them ninjas. I, that's the downside here as well. Oh, please don't both. Damn it. I should have just ran from this fight. No, well, that's gonna kill it. That's right, that's those two items. Oh. Screw it. It's not that many items that we gotta repick up. Yeah, no, the ice armor is totally worth it, and I'm fairly certain they can equip it. Damage is not that bad. Yeah. Let's start having Zidane heal everybody. Jeez. Only problem is they're not gonna get the XP for this. Of course. Oh well. We can mostly leave that, I think, the way it is. Ugh. That was one further over. Oh. We know we're gonna have that shift again in a second. Oh, that's right. He's Zeus now. I could have just had him attack, huh? Oh well. Health isn't too bad. Get into here. I gotta take a break here in a second, so keep the pre-roll ads away. I think I want to try to get to... Oh, not as... I need to move items around to make that faster. Alright, let me do one thing. Weapon, trade. He equips his there. Armor. Trade. And armor. Drop. Okay. Got that done. Wow, he did like nothing with that first run that time. Still didn't. Wow. I honestly thought we were killing everything on that second drop. Okay. So we trade you there and you there. You flame, you ice. There we go. Drop down. Get our heals up. And now let's pause so I can take a break, and then we'll go back to try and get all the items here. So give me a few minutes for the ads, so that way the pre-roll stuff goes away, and then we'll come back and continue this. So see you in a bit. All right, back and ready to continue. So, let's see how we do with it now. Damn. We down to that. Wow. I was hoping for a little more. Thankfully, this might take a few more this time. Plus, okay, good. They at least get some attacks in. And we get the heal off. Good. Okay, good. Let's see first. There. Pop off and... Ow. Hey, got some level ups. That's good. Okay, that means it's probably down there. Okay. I know we've beaten Frost Dragon 200 health. Okay. Not with that ability. Alright, oh, I never went and upgraded them. Okay. Let's drop you. Okay. You get that. And... Uh... This... We'll drop Earth. Please be faster than the dragons this time. Thank you. We are in a much better state this time around. Ooh. You know what? Goodbye, thief armor. Ooh, I need to grab it, but I don't think anyone can actually equip that one. Uh, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, so nothing there. Hmm. Alright, so nothing in here. Crystal. Come on. I was hoping. There we go. We got one really good damage. Oh. Damn. Okay, good. They also didn't all, like, none of them cast the frost breath or whatever it's called. That. All right. That was more annoying than anything. Sure, he can hold on to that in case for undead for right now. You know what? I just don't want to deal with it. Come on. Thank you. Cool, nice little top off, and then Alright, armor. Drop that since nobody can wield it. He's already got it, so you get the... There we go. Everything got in out of the ice cave. Oh. We can sell. Right. Yeah, that's gonna be better than anything. Oh. 28 and 15 is not bad. Actually better than anything I could give him. Right now. It is. Okay. That's weird. Alright, we can sell the rest of this, though. And sell the buckler, and then we'll go get him armor before we move on. So... Oh, wait. Dang it. There we go. So now... First thing we drop for armor is the cap on Zidane. Let us... Hold on. Pures are good, softs are good. We'll fill up on heals. Another 52. Alright. We still can't cast... Wow. I know we leveled up at least once, but we didn't actually gain a casting of magic at that point. Alright, let's go, take down the Fire Fiend, shall we? I'd be better off just having Shadow attack. Heal 2. Sure. Uh, this number, we'll do that for the first round. I'm gonna try to avoid running from many more fights at this point. One floor down. Oh no, why? Freaking habit. Draw. Could have just swung with him. All right. All right, that worked out. And I think we're better off than we were. Good. We're in mostly easy mode now. The last bit of tonight will probably go till midnight, so another hour and a half. I'd like to try to get fairly well set up into endgame at this point. So current bit would be we get through this dungeon, and we definitely get, and we try to at least get through the waterfall cave as well. And we'll see what we're sitting at time-wise at that point. If we still have time, we'll try to at least do the first half of the water temple. I do miss, like, after having played the Pixel remasters, having auto combat is so nice. It is the one thing I kind of miss. Not the, like, this has the auto targeting, so you don't have to worry about how you set up your attacks. I mean, that's already a huge improvement from the original. I just miss it was nice just hitting a button and then not having to worry about my attacks. Like, not having to take the time to do that setup every round. Just letting the game do its thing. Um... Screw you guys. We run from this. Nope. Ah, I wasted a whole turn. Oh well. Uh... Do I actually have to pick up, or do I just have to find? No, not completionist. Just find, so hopefully... Oh, dang it. I didn't mean to do this fight. I could have avoided this fight. Yeah, I don't want either of those either. Oh. On the other hand, um... No, there goes heals. Oh well. I just want to check something quick. Yeah, it's up there. Come on, let us run before more than... Shit. Oh. No, I'm trying to move over, game. Like, let this be something we don't already have. Damn it. Well, I know where one of the search items is. Oh. But for ease of the achievement, I'm going to check in a second. Should be at 108 on the searched items right now. Yeah, we're at 108 of 150. It's at 109. Ten. Yep. 11. Okay. First off, okay, we're at 111 still, which I think means we're gonna have to go back and grab that. Damn it. When we're done, because it's a second floor. Um, don't need ice resistance anymore, really. I guess that was all upside. Damn. Now they're all wielding that. And just in case, we'll give him the flame sword. But they're all wielding ice blades now. That will make things interesting, I'm sure. Alright, armor. Drop. Buckler. Grab that. Armor. Drop. Satin. Pick that up. Trade. All right. You know what? Ice Blade's probably gonna do better damage to one than Zeus is gonna do to both in most cases. You know, if the heal actually would go off, it wouldn't be so bad. Three enemies. It's worth it because I don't think we're one-shotting them. So this weakens them. And helps get a heal off. Alright. Well, at least that doesn't do a lot of damage. Hey, we get to end topped off. Another flame sword. Anyway, the red dragon here should be a pretty good cakewalk with 3 ice weapons. Alright, it's the same thing, basically, just with a difference of what it protects against. So... we go. Can actually double up on that. Ooh. Probably not good. Oh, can't even wear equip it. Never mind. Perfect. I'll take that. Coming up on time for another break. I do enjoy this game though. I honestly I like Thief slash Ninja. I like what he did for this one. They definitely got a big toolbox to work with after everything. I still feel that Warrior could have probably used a little bit more love because but it's not the worst thing. Hell, even if you just maybe gave Paladin level 4 spells. To catch it up on the ninja on that side. Alright, let's drop the buckler. Grab this first, because I don't think anyone can wield it. Yep. Yeah. So the only thing we'll have to do after we finish and beat our fiend boss coming up here is run back in to grab the item we left on the first floor. Or second floor, excuse me. It's actually important we do get that right. I don't want to be like, go into the first floor and go, oh, the item is already gotten. No, no, no. Have to go down one floor. Alright, everybody's leveled up. Here we go. We go. Figured a couple of thrown items would take him out fairly easily. And because we're just trying to get one thing quick. Yeah. Definitely not the iron armor. There we go. We'll top ourselves off here. For twofold reasons. One, let's go ahead and sell that. And then hold on, let me make sure. Ice, yeah. So the only thing, we're not gonna sell anything that Zidane has. The rest of that can all go. Alright, and now 60 heals. Alright. Oh, hey. I don't know if you'd rather roll in or white tree. But yeah. Hasn't been, definitely was not as good as, Fighter was. We got hard walled at, we got very, very hard walled at, the Marsh Caves / Astos. Marsh Caves was just we ended up having to grind up to level 10, and we finally managed to get through the wizards. But Astos was taking no damage, so we ended up I ended up having to get to, I think it was 13. Got the saber doing good enough to hit twice enough that we could just kind of bash the brains in hopes for the luck to get the crits and finish him. And after like the third attempt, we did, which is where we started the night stream at. And now we're ready to go into the water temple. We've only got a little bit left. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what it seemed like. He's one of those that it's just you're gonna have to hope for crits. Um which does help if you're at a higher level. Cuz I think, well, I don't know. I know he fixed I know that he fixed crits in this game, but I don't remember if the luck stat, which was sort of supposed to help if that got if that's part of the crit fix or not. But all right, we are here. So let us, because we were a little late on our last one. Yeah. Well, so that's the thing. At 13, I had 2 hits. Um. So crit was just was basically just the 5%. Um. But we kind of lucked out that we got enough crits and were able to get through a full cycle of spells without anyone dying there. But yeah, give me a few minutes to run a final set of ads, because we're gonna stop at midnight for today, and then we will head into the water cave, because I want to get the water temple done. Because if I get that done tonight, then tomorrow I can just wait in the afternoon, start up, get Tiamat down, and head into the Chaos Temple to finish Thief, and then start up Monk, hopefully both in the afternoon. So, see how that goes, but give me a few minutes for ads, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back and ready to continue. So, let's get into this. But yeah, what I was thinking with luck, because I thought luck was like, I know it doesn't show on here that luck affects crit. It just shows as the 2.5. I know luck is used for running away, but I thought there was originally supposed to be a setup within this game for luck as well in the mechanics, where it's like you have two rolls when you hit. The roll to hit and the roll to crit. The roll to crit was effectively like a D100. And right here, with him having a 2.5 crit, anything below that 2.5 was a crit. And luck would basically subtract from the roll to help you get under in those cases, so you were a little bit more likely, if you were luckier, to roll in that crit range. But I don't remember if that was ever actually a thing. That's sort of what I had heard. But I don't know how true it is. And to be fair, whether that was the original intent or not, he could have. That doesn't mean that's how he decided to do it. When making the game yourself, you can change whatever you want to. So, yes, Square did. I just don't know for the remake for Renaissance here whether he did. You know, I don't remember on Pixel Remaster. Actually, I'm gonna let this play. I just realized something I did forget to do during my break, so I'm gonna be right back. Oh, hey, Laser Guana. Thanks for the follow. Give me just 1 second. Want to stay hydrated. Okay. Then, yeah, it is just personal luck whether or not you get the 5% with the saber each time. Which makes that rough. Yeah, I figured as much. I knew there were some of that, but I wasn't sure if luck as a stat had got factored in this version of it. Because always the nice thing when you're remaking a game, it's that you get that nice combination of you can hold a lot of stuff from the original, but you can also change things as you feel are necessary as well. That's actually playing D&D. It's one of the best things about making your own campaign world as opposed to following a campaign or a campaign setting. Though, at least with a campaign setting, you do get a little leeway in D&D. It's one of those things you always gotta remember, while in some cases, as somebody who might be a rules lawyer, it is good to bring up at times, hey, this is sort of how the rules say it should be. To put up discussions and give an idea for what to do. All in all cases, DM has final say. And that is the biggest thing to remember in that game. And best thing about making your own games like this, same thing. Nice. Yeah, that's another thing I do need to sit down. I have sort of a campaign setting of my own that it's all up here. I need to start writing it down to work on hopefully eventually being able to run friends through it. The game me and my friends play, we're getting near for the my friend who's running it. We're getting near end of campaign 1. He wanted to do his first campaign, and he wanted to do it as a 1 to 20 campaign. And we're getting close to the end. His hope is that we can play enough this year. Like, his plan is to play enough this year to finish the campaign this year. And he's already got ideas for a second campaign, so we're kind of getting ready to end. Since the first campaign started with 5th edition, and I'm not calling it 1D&D. For me, the 2024 release is 5.5. We're kind of getting ready for that. So we made sure to pick up, since we use D&D Beyond, made sure that in there we now have the newest stuff too, so Eberron and everything as well. And I basically have to start thinking of concepts, which is, it's not hard, but I'm like, I could build a character. And once I've got a character in a world, I can build a background for him. But trying to think just like, what do I want to do? It's so like, I don't know. There's so many options. I just start looking, and now I'm like, okay. I looked at, I was just looking at the different species, and I saw Shifter, and I'm like, okay. Shifter's interesting. Oh, Shifter breaks Barbarian. Okay. I don't know if I want to do Shifter now, because I'm trying not to do too much on the broken side of things. Like, it doesn't break Barbarians. I guess that's a little too generic to say. That's, so my friend, for his world, a lot of the world he crafted, like the actual, like, the general shape of the world, a lot of that stuff, we'd give him ideas for, like, so, like, when I made my character for his, he had talked about, a place called the Infinite Spire that was supposed to be sort of this connection between the different planes that you was basically a maze when you were inside. And I wanted to play a Genasi. Yeah, I mean, well, that is kind of fun to do. Well, doing weird stuff is always fun. Silent. But I had come up with a background for my character, that's the current character in his game, that he was, as a genasi, there was a town around that spire that he hailed from, and they weren't like watchers. Like it wasn't their job to stop people from going to the spire. More just warn them like, hey, um, you may be here to explore, but don't. It's a bad idea, and you're not gonna like the outcome, kind of thing. But if you are dead set on it, you do you, kind of thing. Um, but typically the townsfolk would never. And as a kid, he and his friends were like, "Oh, this is stupid. There's no reason that we shouldn't be allowed to go close to it." They went nearby. He got hit by a bolt of random arcane energy and became a wild magic sorcerer because of it. And like I've seen stuff that's made me like want to build interesting random characters. Um like unfortunately I oh shit. We got talking and these things hit freaking hard. I need to escape. Can we not run? Well crap. Ghosts ghosts do hit hard, and I think they're also you can't escape from them. Yeah. Well, crap. Okay. I know that's there. Yeah, I forgot about the limit break to run, so that'll be key if we come across another set of ghosts. Um, but yeah, like I had an idea, of one. I saw a thing of like playing a Warforged rogue with kleptomania, and whenever he gets caught, it's just you just hand back the item and go, "Sorry, I was programmed as a security bot to test security systems, and whenever I see something just kind of there in the open, not being guarded properly, I do like, well, let me see how bad their alarm system really is." Problem is, that is 100% the kind of thing that only works a few times. Um, I had another friend that was running a game, but due to different reasons, he stopped. Um, and in that, I was playing a um changeling wizard who was Order of the Scribe. And he was a charlatan. He'd basically go into shops pretending to be beat up, like his whole party had just been devastated in something, and he'd sell off the spell book, and then he'd go back to his room and use Order of the Scribe to set it up. But he'd always go into those setups as like not himself. So it's just like, ooh, Yeah, Curse of Strahd is an interesting thing to play through. Especially if you get a good DM to run it. That's part of why I want to work on writing down the stuff from my world to be able to start it, because I know my friend loves DMing and he wants to, because it's only whoever goes first that it matters. Just have them all do it. Um, I like that. That's cool. It's fun to do the like no. Everyone's like, what's with the goblin? Not goblin, halfling. Especially if the party plays along. Like, nothing is better in that than when the whole party joins in and attacks this person, like, for calling you a goblin. Hmm. Ow. Okay, that worked. It's kind of like, one of the ones I had thought about for this campaign, though I don't know if I'd do it, is, I have the Lorwyn book, which introduces fairies as a playable race. Um, so there's a part of me that wants to do a fairy monk. They're not tiny, they're small. Though it doesn't actually give them a height. So it still could only be like 2 feet tall. So not, or like a foot or two tall, to stay within that small range. But I just love the idea of this tiny little fairy coming up and doing that. No, actually, because of the way it's built, they don't have any, like, size doesn't do anything to affect your damage. In 5.5. And you don't get like reduced strength or anything like that. So you'd sit there as a fairy doing normal damage and being able to stun and everything and flying around with your base movement speed. That includes like, so we getting that monk increased speed means you are flying around. Which is like part of the, I thought that would be amazing to do because of that. Alright, doesn't affect that. For now, I want to leave... I want to leave them with the resistances, so... Guess we'll do... there? Like, I thought about a, I had found a background called Astral Drifter. So one of the ideas I had was to do a to do a tiefling who had been like stuck in the astral void. So he became a paladin in service to the god that found him and saved him. Let's drop that. Trade, nope, not the Vigil. Trade him the Zeus. Get the opal helmet. Can't wear it, okay. Which means can't wear. Okay, good. Money, ancient dagger. That is the other thing I did find weird. Actually, White Tree, with this, he introduced a couple of new daggers and didn't give them to thieves. That feels weird to me. I mean, I guess I can understand the ancient one a little bit, but I don't understand why the thief doesn't get the Mage Masher. That one especially is very thief coded. Oh wow, can't even equip that one. Okay. I guess. I mean, again, it's like D&D, it's his world. So it all in all, it is final say on everything. So let it all be. It feels weird. No, screw it. I don't want to deal with anything, so. Yeah. Again, a lot of that is just. It's a choice. Can leave it at that kind of thing. And I don't, definitely don't fault him for it. There's a level of it that makes sense. These are new items. The new items are meant specifically for these things, but at the same time, sort of like, honestly, it would depend on how he started. Because in all honesty, I downloaded all of the builds. I may do that after the charity stuff is done. I might do that. And that's my thought. It's possible that because he started with classic mode first, and got all that in, when he added the new classes and the new weapons for those classes, if, like you said, the code is a little, we'll use a kind term of saying a little spaghetti, it would make sense that maybe he didn't add them because of that, where it was just going to be a bit of a headache to try to add them as options. Is this still... So 22, 35, and 2.5. I mean, the 35 is nice, I just don't think it's worth the damage. But that's the only thing I could think of, is that depending on how he did classing and for all the items and how it's all set up, it's that it didn't play nice to try to shift them and add them over. Alright, what are we doing on items? Kindness 1, Mizu 3. Let's... Got 270, so... But, so... I will say this... as a defense, sometimes as you're going and you're coding, you know, you learn new things, you learn new tricks, you figure out how to do things a little bit better. Yeah, it would depend on how he set up the items and everything. And if they are just bulls, that's... It's a rough way to do it. Because that means every time you add a new class... That's a lot of adjustments you've got to do. Typically, so... the way I would look at it, the easier way in my mind to do it is... You craft the items. So that way the items are just there... It's easy to do, and, like, you could craft the items on their own, you can craft the, or do the calls for the items on their own, do the calls for, the classes on their own, and in the class, in the initialization, have the class, because it's the easiest way to get the animation working too, because they can trigger each other. Have the class know what weapons it can and can't use. So whenever you add a new weapon or armor, yes, you still got to go to each of the classes, but it's a one-time go to each class. In the same place where you initialize all the other items, you just initialize that new item as true or false for them. Or in most cases, you don't even have to initialize false. You could set default, have a way of it setting default for all the weapons as false, and then, so set all the items, have the items... It's a weird set of calling and having to parent-child the stuff for it, but there's a way to set it up so, like, when the item is set up, it defaults to false on all of the classes, and then the classes can make a call to make them true. So creating the items becomes just a copy-paste of a default class. Here's the name, make the item, give it these stats, default false to everything, and then go to each class and be... Yeah. Sort of. It's... So, the idea is that you set it up so that, it's set up in a way so that they can see each other as they're creating, like, their equal level. So, items can interact with class can interact with item. You have the item default itself to whatever it's going to be. Or do you have the item create itself? So in the main startup, it's create rapier. Call when you make that call to rapier, you tell it, you know, its attack is this, its crit is this, or its damage is this, its crit is this, its gold value is this. Because you don't have to worry about both the sell. You can just tell it its sell value or its buy value, because it's like, okay, if this buys for 10, it sells for half, so it sells for 5. And then it internally, when you do the initialization call, it internally calls each job and just says, warrior, set flag false, thief, set flag false. And then then in the jobs, they can adjust and set the job properly. True. Yeah, no, if it is, it's see, it's weird on both sides, and both of them take a lot of work whenever you add a new job or a new item. Thinking about, like, God, I haven't done enough coding in a while to think about it. Because, like, you want them on a table, and you want one of them to see, you want them to see each other. And one of them has to hold the flag. And then, yeah, there's gotta be an easier way to set up for changing what... Well, no. There's a little easier way to minimize the flags. Thinking about it now. So, to minimize the flags and make it easier, you don't flag item by item. You give each item a classification. Like they have. The classification that gives them that symbol. Light axe is a axe. And then you just say, this class can equip axes. And when you add a new axe, it's classified as an axe, so that job can equip it. I knew there was a thought in my brain of, like, there's an easy way to do this so that when you add an item, you don't have to actually do anything on the class side for it. Well, you can then make adjustments in the item afterwards in creation to make calls to classes to say they can't equip something. So you can have the item tell a class, hey, I know you can equip axes, but you can't equip me. And it's weird. So that's a weird thing, because that shouldn't. Well, I understand it for weapons. It shouldn't be that way for armor. Yeah, the advanced class stuff does mess with some of that. That's true. But like I said, there is a way, like I said, because of the way of flagging, and the way of doing like if-thens kind of things, can, a class can be like, I can equip axes. So it starts with the, hey, can I equip this? Is it an axe? Yes. Now let me check if it's one of these specific axes that I've been told I can't equip by that item. That makes it easier. So yeah, when you create a new item, you initialize it as an item, and then you just have to make a call to a couple of classes saying, hey, you can't equip this. Yeah. I mean, you could. That's up to you. It would depend. That's a lot of, like... Yeah. It is, but it's... So table lookups... Like, everything has its limitations for how you can do things, and that's a problem. It depends on where you want to cut your optimization and ease your brain for programming. You can make things harder to code. So it'll take you longer to get through stuff, but it'll optimize on some of the speed, because it's like, yeah, there's a little bit more stuff, but because it's a little bit more code, a little bit more lines to hard code. That's what that's the word I was looking for. There's a difference between hard coding and soft coding. Hard coding means that you have to do a lot more work whenever you add an item. Soft coding makes it a lot easier to just add an item without having to do a bunch of stuff, because it's all there already. You're not having to go in and find every instance of where it's important and add the new item there appropriately. And while it's a table lookup, unless it's like a weird cross-reference table, and I think there are some ways to do a table of that, but that's even more annoying that I can think of offhand. Because now my brain's just like the idea of a true table lookup of like, here's the item, and in there it says, well, table lookup would be the same idea as flagging the items, doing the flags on the items themselves. Like, I know who can equip me, so I'm going to decide who can equip me, kind of thing. It just means that every time you add a new job, you have to go back to Damn it, now my brain is... It's been so long since I've coded, and I'm thinking about this stuff, and it's like... You don't want the items to decide who can equip it. Because that means every time you add a new class, you have to go to every item. And you don't want the jobs, because it's the same thing. Every time you add a new item, then you have to go to every job. So that's sort of what it sounds like, is that may be closer to what he did. And again, I don't feel like it's worth wasting time to figure that out one way or the other. Yeah, there's a lot less jobs than items, which is why putting it on jobs is easier, in that sense, because it's like, okay, the job decides, so I've created a new item, let me go through the 20 each of the jobs and add my thing there. But Yeah, and that's... But see, as the game gets bigger, if depending on different things, that's where it gets... While it does depend on how often you plan to, it's more, from the sound of it, he already knows generally what jobs he wants to add. Yeah. Yeah. So the problem with that though is things don't like to play nice. So if you don't initialize the value for an item, when it goes to search, if it doesn't be like, oh, here's this thing, it then might just go, oh, I don't have a specific point to this, so I'm gonna point here. Oh, that says true, so they can do it. That doesn't surprise me. Old Muds used every item determining... Yeah. And that's the thing. You have to be careful on both sides. Because whichever one does it, you do have to set a value for all of the other. Because if you don't, you can run into definitely bug issues. And that's true too. Buds had to have everything unique. A game like this, you don't have to have every item be unique instance, because it's like, the flame sword is a flame sword. I know what it is. I can create 3 of them by calling the same instance. Effectively. Oh yeah, because it does need to. Each one now needs to know for whether it's got the spell cast on it. I don't know. It's an interesting thought. Okay. If that's the case, then at least to start, then he probably was just, had the weapons had each weapon as its own, object, and the weapon, like, that sounds more than likely like the weapons knew who could equip them. So all the information is in the weapons. And yeah, he was just creating one, and then one object, and then in the information files, like, this person has it and this person has it. Though I guess that well, no, that doesn't really separate. That just means that each time you build the game, you have to make sure that each item is there. God, it's been so long since I've done coding. My brain is just sitting there like, well, there's this way you probably could have done it, and this way. Because, yeah, my thought would be, not when you hit New Game Plus, but once you finish building your team, for some of that stuff, it's like, okay, he's, you know, like in this case, you've got a thief, so make all of the searchable items and set all the searchable items to true and make sure they're available in the world. There it is. Mm. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting to know. There's a lot of like behind the scenes code that I'd be curious about for a game project like this. Okay. Every job can just equip items by type. Okay, yeah, that was my thought of like the easiest thing to do is having the jobs be like I can equip, but that makes, I don't know. I guess if every job can equip, you can adjust. So to make base class versus advanced class easier, you could just classification on weapons. Yeah. It's true. Yeah, it is generally easiest to do each of those things, and then what you can do is like with both armor and weapons, it's like here's, you know, basic heavy armor and advanced heavy armor. And that's what helps distinguish whether the base class versus the advanced class can equip it. But that's still, while that's the an easy way I can think of to do it, still doesn't explain why like some items are messed up, like I said, unless he went in and created the new axes. Well, that was my thought. Like that's why I was saying it's like, okay, you differentiate thief from ninja. And the early swords up to the mystic sword are all considered basic swords. And the ones after that are considered advanced swords, and when he switches to ninja, he gets access to the advanced swords. This is true. There's a lot with a lot of... This is why testing is very important. But there's just a logic side where my brain is like... Yeah. I mean, I could see, yeah, the Thief to Ninja and Spellblade to, I forget the name of it right now, but I know what you mean. And then the Ronin to Samurai. Um, oh, crap. You don't have anything. You have a Zeus. Ugh. I don't know. There's a couple of different ways that I could see either things like that being done. Um. Ooh, yeah, okay. I didn't think about, yeah, the armor side of that being a thing. Though again, if you're doing it by type and deciding what class, and you separate out um each class appropriately, it shouldn't be a huge issue. Um let's just, at this point, let's, come on, shadow back to the top, thank you. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. You know what? You go ahead and equip the ribbon. Drop the vigil. Uh okay. Uh, I mean, so either way, ease of access for storage is putting everything in an array. But that doesn't matter as much here or there. Um like the way it's stored doesn't matter as much. Basically, in the long run, each item is going to should be a class and not just a what's the name? I'm trying to remember the name of the damn array, because there's two different types of array. There's a specific type of depth field array where it's like, here's you can kind of set up an array of item name, X, Y, and Z thing in like a specific drop down. But it's still easier to create those as objects. Um, Similar to a matrix. Like a matrix is effectively the same idea. It was a different name. I just, talking almost 20 years ago that I was at Full Sail learning this stuff, so specific names are going by the wayside right now, because it was able to have varying lengths of information to make for sorting differences as well. Sorta. Yeah, that's more than likely. I think the likely setup. Honestly, the likeliest setup is each object is there, or each. Hmm. I think the likeliest thing is each class is deciding what items it can and can't equip and keeping a hold of that information. With a setup to go through um every object and default it to false before deciding what is true. And he just, when he created new ones, it's possible in creating new ones never went back to change it, or he just didn't want them to have it. And that's the other side to it. As much as it's one way or another, it could be it wasn't hard. He just decided that these jobs shouldn't have these items. It is always as possible that it is that simple. But yeah, definitely. Thanks to Spellblade now making it so he has to actually create um, each version of an item even. I'm sure there's some level of setup on it. It's just, yeah. The big thing is who is deciding what they can equip or what can be equipped and remembering it. That's sort of the thing. Like my initial thought and how I probably would have done it would be um I'd have a base a parent class that is the basis of everything. And then I would create a bunch of child programs that are each of the individual classes to hold information. And I would make sure that the items can see those child classes, so trying to remember where my brain was for it. Yeah, the parent or the classes have the ability to be like, I hold this information, I hold information for this class, that class, kind of thing. And every time a item is created, it's got a setup, because you would effectively you would hope that that there is like default information set up for each item, where it's like, here's the item, the weapons class, and then in the weapons class, a child of the weapon class is the rapier, and you maybe have the call to create the rapier, tell it what stats it has, but the rapier knows well, do you have the rapier know and then tell the child class, or do you have the class know? Just have the class know. God, there's different ways to do it, and I don't know which is most efficient without looking at the code itself. That's the problem. I'm not looking at code, and my brain can't decide what is more efficient. Um, I don't think so, because this would have been so in my console class, the PS3 and the 360 came out when I graduated. Yeah. Inheritance versus composition is a newer thing. So that wouldn't have been part of anything I learned on that. Everything would have been inheritance. Like that's where the whole like you have a parent and child inherits this information from the parent. Like inheritance was a whole big thing of all of it. I really need to. I've got the. I don't know if I want to because I'm worried I don't want to do something uh problem. I've been wanting to learn Unreal and put it on this computer. I just don't know if I should. Yeah, and most of everything I learned was more on the is a relationship. It's like you have a parent and you know this is a child of that parent. This is a it is all is a not has a relationship to this. All right, we just saved. It is midnight. So that is going to have to be where we end for today. Um yeah, I haven't looked into anything coding really in a long time. And I said my only worry of I don't want to use the streaming computer for that, and that's the only computer I have that would be able to. Is I don't want to work on something down the road and then mess something up with this computer and now fuck up my ability to stream. Because I did something because I know me and I know my way of coding. Yeah, I might. I do have a depending on what it needs to run. I can delete a lot of stuff from. I've got this little uh old Surface Pro uh that I use as a tablet for a lot of things. I could probably clear some stuff on that and make that a test platform for some things. Cuz I really should get back into playing around with coding. At least somewhat. But well, I say tablet. Like I said, it's a Surface Pro. It runs Windows. Shoot, is it Windows 10 or Windows 11? Um, I think it's Windows 11. Yeah, like it's like a tablet because it's a full touch screen. Pull it around and full touch screen keyboard on it and everything, but it's still got an Intel processor and everything. Yeah. And not the Windows update, but hopefully. And the fact that I'm still getting Windows updates kind of tells me, yeah, it's probably Windows 11. So I will have to look into it, but we're gonna end here for today. I'm hoping tomorrow, because we're close enough to the end now. As long as we can get through the fights pretty well, it's just Kraken Tiamat end game. So hopefully in the afternoon tomorrow we'll beat Thief and be able to start off Monk. And Monk should be fairly fast. We'll see. We'll still be doing a nighttime stream though tomorrow to get the Monk. try to push that through fairly fast. But as always, hope you guys enjoyed this. I did enjoy talking about all this stuff. And I'll have to look into some things for post charity work to play around with some stuff. Yeah, that's what I figured. Monk's gonna start slow, but it's not. I don't think Monk is as slow as Thief. That's why I'm thinking Monk should hopefully go a little bit faster than Thief did. I think in the Pixel Remaster, Monk was my fastest playthrough. So, all right, let us go ahead and, like I said, call it here. I will see you guys tomorrow. Hope you have a great rest of your night, beginning of your morning, whatever it is, because for me it's after midnight now. And I will talk to you all later. Let's say, that's what I figured. Yeah. So, all right, later.